पकड़ लो ना।
ये तो अरे
अच्छा पिक्चर है
ये इधर ना
तो जी आप
ये ताले करना मुश्किल पीछे अच्छा था।
एक काम करो पीछे पीछे बोल देता हूँ ऊपर ना पीछे आ दो।
हाँ नहीं
ऐसी चलो ना फिटनेस मेंटेन करते हैं इसको फिटनेस बोलते हैं इसको।
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Friends from the media, thank you very much for joining us here today. We welcome you to India's biggest B2B design showcase. This is the 5th edition of the IIID Insider X Showcase 2024, which is created to celebrate design. This is the biggest convergence of interior designers and architects, my friends. We are very glad and very honored to have with us our chief guest, Shri Komiti Reddy Venkata Reddy Garu, Minister of Roads and Buildings of Telangana. It is my pleasure to also thank Srimati Harichandana Dasari, IAS, Special Secretary to Government R&B, to join us. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very happy to have with us our guest of honor, Architect Sarosh H. Wadia, National President, Indian Institute of Interior Designers. We also have our entire National NEC who has joined us, including Architect Shamini Shankar Jain, Honorary Secretary, Indian Institute of Interior Designers, Architect Jignesh Modi, President-elect and Treasurer, Indian Institute of Interior Designers. Please join me in also welcoming our very own IIID Hyderabad Regional Chapter Managing Committee, led by Architect Pallavi Anchuri, Chairperson, Architect Manoj Vahi, Immediate Past Chair, IIID-HRC, Mr. Sandeep Jain, Vice Chair, Trade, IIID-HRC, Architect Rakesh Vasu, CH, Convener of IIID Showcase Insider X and Treasurer, Architect Naveen Kumar Chalsani, Co-Convener, IIID Showcase Insider X 2024 and Honorary Secretary, Architect Amita Raj, Joint Honorary Secretary, Architect N. Praveen Kumar, Chairperson-elect. Please join me in welcoming all of them, and a big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with the press media meet, I would kindly now request our Chairperson, Architect Pallavi Anchuri, to address the gathering and welcome all the dignitaries.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. Good morning, all. A very warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri Komiti Reddy Venkata Reddy Garu, and Dasari Chandana Garu. Thank you very much for joining us today. A warm welcome to our guest of honor, Architect Sarosh Wadia, President of IID, NEC members, past chairs, distinguished guests, members of press, and dear IID members. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inauguration of IID Showcase Insider X 2024. Our chief guest, Shri Revant Reddy Garu, could not join because of some important meeting, but I thank our CM and Shri Komiti Reddy Garu for gracing the event on behalf of Government of Telangana. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Insider X, curated by Indian Institute of Interior Designers, Hyderabad Regional Chapter. This premier showcase brings together the design practitioners, trade partners, construction industry professionals to connect, collaborate, and create. And I also thank our prestigious keynote speakers, Architect Peter Rich from Peter Rich Architect, Johannesburg, and Architect Siddharth Talwar from Studio Lotus, Delhi. Thank you for coming and joining us today. Insider X Showcase started in 2015, and every edition we receive overwhelming response from our trade fraternity. This growth encourages and motivates us to elevate this platform every passing edition. This time, the showcase features Design Street, Visual Treat, Kala Utsav, Art and Craft Display, Sthapatya Utsav, Students Workshop, Creative Art Installations, and many more things. So Insider X brings single biggest B2B networking among design practitioners. I thank, and this entire showcase was possible only with the support by Managing Committee, HRC Managing Committee, past chairpersons, guidance and mentors, convener for showcase, Architect Rakesh Vasu, co-convener Naveen Chalsani, and entire my managing committee, working committee, and the students. I thank everyone, and please enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for addressing the gathering. Now, I would like to kindly request Architect Subba Rao, our Managing Committee member of IIID-HRC, to introduce our very own chief guest.
Good morning, sir. On behalf of our entire IIID Hyderabad Regional Chapter, IIID India-HRC family cordially invites our dynamic minister, who is 5 times our public leader, elected continuously from the famous Nalgonda district. And he is actually right now holding the portfolio of roads and buildings and cinematography. He has held several positions in the erstwhile governments in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana. He is a dynamic leader. He has graduated from CBIT, from the civil engineering department, so he understands what is architecture, art, design, and real estate. So he has been humble to come here on a short notice. So, and he is representing our Honorable Chief Minister, who is supposed to come here onto the dais as chief guest due to the unfortunate developments, and he is held up in Delhi. But he was kind enough, and then he was kind enough to invite our Harichandra Madam, who is our Secretary, Principal Secretary, Roads and Buildings. And I thank Vijay Garu for coordinating and bringing all this to happen and happy conclusion. So right now I humbly invite our Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu, to speak on our behalf.
Good afternoon to all. Sorry for the today's actually chief guest, our Honorable CM Revant Reddy Garu. He held up in Delhi due to some internal discussion of our party and other programs. ఈరోజు ఇండియన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ IID 3 days ఎగ్జిబిషన్లో పాల్గొంటున్న స్పెషల్ సెక్రటరీ దాసరి హరిచందన గారు, ఆల్ ఇండియా చైర్మన్ సురేష్ వాడియా గారు, పల్లవి తెలంగాణ చాప్టర్ చైర్మన్ అండ్ 35 సెంటర్స్కి వెళ్ళి వచ్చేసిన చైర్మన్స్ అందరికీ, ఆర్కిటెక్ట్స్కు, స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరికీ కూడా బెస్ట్ విషెస్ తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ 2 hours మీ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ అంతా కూడా చూడడం జరిగింది. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ ఇంప్రెస్డ్ విత్ యువర్ వర్క్ అండ్ హ్యాండీక్రాఫ్ట్స్. పర్టికులర్లీ మా తెలంగాణ నుంచి ఈ కళా ఉత్సవంలో ఇక్కడ నేషనల్ అవార్డు వచ్చిన ధనాలకోట వైకుంఠం గారు, చేర్యాల పెయింటింగ్స్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ ఫేమస్ అవి. ఆ పెయింటింగ్స్తో పాటు ఎంతోమంది ఆర్కిటెక్చర్ సిరిసిల్ల ట్రైబల్ వెల్ఫేర్ స్కూల్ నుంచి కూడా 2nd అవార్డు వచ్చి ఆ పిల్లలు బాగా చేస్తున్నందుకు దే ఆర్ ప్రౌడ్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ తెలంగాణ స్టూడెంట్స్. IID చైర్పర్సన్ గారు, ఆర్కిటెక్చర్ పల్లవి గారికి స్పెషల్ వాళ్ళకి, ఎందుకంటే హైదరాబాద్లో ఇది 5th టైం. మీరు 50 years అయింది ఈ IID ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేసి, 5th టైం హైదరాబాద్లో పెడుతున్న సందర్భంగా మీ అందరికీ కూడా బెస్ట్ విషెస్ తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఫ్యూచర్లో హైదరాబాద్లో ఇంకా ఇప్పుడున్న ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్తో పాటు ఇవాళ వరల్డ్లో, మన ఇండియాలో 5 మెట్రోపాలిటన్ సిటీలో వన్ ఆఫ్ ది మెట్రోపాలిటన్ సిటీ. రేపు ఇంకొక RRR రీజనల్ రింగ్ రోడ్తో హైదరాబాద్ని ఇంకా కూడా ఎక్కువ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కంపెనీస్ వచ్చే విధంగా లాజిస్టిక్ పార్క్ వాళ్ళకి సపరేట్గా ల్యాండ్ అలాట్ చేస్తూ, 3 days బ్యాకే గడ్కరీ గారితో రివ్యూ చేస్తూ ఇవన్నీ కూడా 3-4 monthsలోనే గ్రౌండ్ చేయాలని ప్లాన్ చేశాం. బిల్డర్స్ ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంటో, బిల్డర్స్ కంటే దానికి మనం ఉండే ఇంటికి లుక్ రావాలంటే ఆర్కిటెక్చర్స్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. బిల్డర్స్ ఓన్లీ బిల్డ్ ద విత్ కాంక్రీట్ స్ట్రక్చర్ అండ్ లీవ్ ఇట్, దెన్ పార్ట్ అదర్ పోర్షన్ అంతా కూడా ఆర్కిటెక్చర్లే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడే రమేష్ ఉన్నారు, 20 years బ్యాక్ మా ఇంటి ఇల్లు ప్లాన్ చేసిండు ఆయన. 20 years కింద ఆ ప్లాన్ డిజైన్ ఇచ్చిన ఆయన. ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్ ఫ్యూచర్లో వరల్డ్ మ్యాప్లోనే ఉండే విధంగా మా గవర్నమెంట్ డెఫినెట్గా మా సీఎం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఒక ప్లాన్తో ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు తీసుకోబోతున్నాం. ఎగ్జిబిషన్ సెంటర్ని కూడా ఈ హైటెక్ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ సెంటర్లో కూడా మా నాక్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్, మా R&B డిపార్ట్మెంట్లోనే ఉన్నది. ఇంకా ఎన్నో ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ని ఇక్కడ ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తూ హైదరాబాద్ని ఇంకా డెవలప్ చేసే విధంగా మా ప్లానింగ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మా సీఎం గారు ఒక ప్లాన్తోనే ఇంక్లూడింగ్ బ్యూటిఫికేషన్ ఆఫ్ మూసీ రివర్, దాన్ని కూడా ఈరోజు ఒక డ్రైనేజ్తోని పొల్యూటెడ్ రివర్గా మారిపోయిన ఈ దీంట్లో హైదరాబాద్ని టూరిస్ట్ స్పాట్గా చేయడానికి కూడా ఈ కార్యక్రమాలు తీసుకుంటూ 2 సైడ్స్లో కూడా రెస్టారెంట్స్ కానీ మధ్యలో కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ చేసే విధంగా డిపిఆర్స్ తయారవుతున్నాయి. డెఫినెట్గా మా గవర్నమెంట్ మీ అందరికి సపోర్ట్గా ఉంటుందని మరొకసారి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మా స్పెషల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు దాసరి గారు కూడా, దాసరి హరిచంద్ర గారు దీంట్లో స్పెషలిస్ట్ అమ్మా, అందుకనే వారి సపోర్ట్ కూడా మీకు ఉంటుంది. మేమిద్దరమే కాదు, ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సపోర్ట్తోని మీరు చేసే కార్యక్రమం 30th రోజు క్లోజింగ్ సెరమనీ ఉన్నది కాబట్టి రేపు వరంగల్లో సీఎం గారు ప్రోగ్రాం ఉన్నది, నేను కూడా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నా. ఐ విల్ ట్రై టు గెట్ సీఎం ఆన్ ఫర్ యువర్ క్లోజింగ్ అకేషన్. ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్. ఈజ్ అ వెరీ గుడ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఎగ్జిబిషన్. మీరు ఒక హాల్ కాదు, 4 హాల్స్లో లైటింగ్ ల్యాంప్స్ పెట్టి ఇంత మంచి 2 డేస్లోనే ఇంత మంచిగా ఆర్కిటెక్చర్ చేయడం నిజంగా ఐఎమ్ వెరీ సో హ్యాపీ. అండ్ మరొకసారి వెల్కమ్ టు హైదరాబాద్, కనెక్టింగ్ దిస్ గుడ్ ఈవెంట్ ఇన్ అవర్ హైటెక్స్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్ సిటీ. అండ్ ఐ విష్ యూ all the best and have a nice stay in Hyderabad for 2 more days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I will special secretary give you 2 minutes to encourage the students. She was specialist in these handicrafts and she was in collector for Narayanpet for some time in Nalgonda, my district. Please, madam.
Respected Komatreddy Venkat Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Roads and Buildings, and all the dignitaries here on stage and the invitees who are here. Wishing you all the very best for this wonderful exhibition. Hyderabad is a wonderful destination for real estate and interior design now, and it is one of the booming markets in the world, not just across India. So there's no dearth of opportunity, and ikkada chustunte meer andaru kuda you are displaying enough talent to meet these opportunities. So I think together we are all going to make a wonderful ecosystem in Hyderabad which can create and foster more such creativity, interactions, and also new building norms can come up from this state. So we are all positive from the government side, from the Honorable CM's side, and also our Minister Garu. He is an expert in civil engineering, so I don't need to harp on the interest he is showing towards this sector. But the positive environment is there, and we are all here to support, foster, and encourage any kind of support which is required from the government side, or also any support in other ways. We'll also try to look at ways of making Hyderabad the design capital of the world. So we look forward to interacting with all of you and taking the ideas from you also in that direction, and we'll look forward to any other ideas which are there where we can partner together with the government and all of you as agencies who are here to promote Hyderabad. So thank you for inviting all of us here, and it's been a last minute the thing for me to come here, but I'm very happy to see the kind of creativity which our city has to offer, and also what we are giving to the nation. So thank you all, and wishing you and all the budding architects and interior designers here all the very best for your future.
Thank you, sir, Komati Reddy, Venkati Reddy Garu, and thank you, ma'am, Hari Chandana Dasari ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind words, for the inspiration, and for offering all the support to IIID-HRC. Your words mean a lot to us. I kindly request our National President, Architect Sarosh Wadia, and our Chairperson, Hyderabad Regional Chapter, to felicitate first Shri Komati Reddy Venkata Reddy Garu. I kindly request Architect Shamini Shankar Jain, Architect Jignesh Modi, and immediate past chair, Hyderabad Regional Chapter, Architect Manoj Vai, to felicitate Shri Hari Chandana Dasari ma'am.
I kindly invite Architect Vijay Reddy Garu to please come onto the dais, and he will be felicitated by our Honorable Minister.
Now, can I kindly request our National President, Architect Sarosh Wadia sir, to kindly address the gathering. The dignitaries can all be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody here. I'm very glad to be in Hyderabad, which has one of the chapters which is unique in India, with more than 600 members and a galaxy of chapter chairpersons, past chapter chairpersons, which I feel is there, except late Mr. S.N. Chawla, my great friend. I miss him today, but the whole galaxy is here in the front row, and I'm very glad. These are the roots that have given Hyderabad the growth of the tree that they have today. Now, everybody has spoken about what the interior design and the architecture fraternity is going to get from this exhibition. But I'll tell you, the general public is getting more than what you all are going to get, because they'll get to explore the material and see the design options in front of their eyes. They'll have to learn about new technologies, which is hands-on because of this exhibition. And they'll get advice from advanced advice from lot of practicing manufacturers who are today here with us. So when the general public visits the exhibition, this is the advantage that they get. So since this is going to be live on media, I'm requesting all of Hyderabad to not miss the opportunity to be in this exhibition. Secondly, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister to be here with us. And in a very short interaction, he has promised a place for Hyderabad Design Center. And I hope the next visit of mine, I'll be there to inaugurate that. Hanji. And tomorrow, day after, he has promised that during the closing ceremony, the CM might be able to come. That will be a great achievement. And then one more thing I would like to say. This is the 6th minister I'm with on stage. This is the first time that the regime minister has sat on stage with all my committee members. Normally only I am supposed to be on the stage with the minister. Only I am supposed to walk, and there are his security personnel walking. This is the first time, the 6th time, that I walked with him with the whole part of the exhibition with all my committee members, and we are sitting on the stage with him. So this is the democracy that we want all over India, and I'm thankful that he has come today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Dear friends, I know we have been waiting to unveil our exhibitor directory, so we are going to be taking it up immediately now. So can I kindly request all the dignitaries on stage to please unveil the exhibitor directory.
We hereby inaugurate and officially open the fifth edition of Insider X.
I request HRC past chairpersons and managing committee, please join for a group photograph. Please.
If we have any working committee members, please join as well.
Can we have our NEC members please join? NEC members please, and our supporting organization heads. Please, sir, Rashekar Garu, Shekhar Garu, please join.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here for this particular inauguration. Our press meet is now concluded. Please enjoy the Hall 1, 3 and 2. Please go through all our offerings and support our exhibitors and partners. Thank you very much.
fun, facts, everything up.
This whole convention is again one of the finest and the best convention. Delegates are going to go back with lots of good and lovely memories together.
It's possible that the postal addresses or contact names have changed. My request is that you're all there in the WhatsApp group. Please check if the contact details are correct, including the names mentioned there. I think you're on option 1 2. We need the right contact email IDs and right mobile numbers. And if there's any change of address, please help us update it. And if there's any change in the logo or correction in the logo, also please update us back, because this is going to be posted on the website. Any questions from both the chapter and corporate member regarding the corporate membership?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Gunjan Das, Chairperson of the Bangalore chapter. I don't have a question, but since Bangalore was responsible to get so many corporate members, as a chapter chair, we have offered all our corporate members to conduct one MC meeting at their facilities, which we've already done with Fanza, we've done with Westmark, we've done with Fundamax some time back, and all the other corporate members who are from Bangalore, please reach out to us. We will be very, very happy to do this. And this, when we did with Westmark, it was a great learning experience. We were a little hesitant initially, but all of us really benefited from it. All the managing committee members attended it. We had a very nice evening. And this is a model which the other chapters also could take forward. Thank you.
So wherever you have orientation centers, it would be ideal place to have meeting. So yesterday only at Nexion Orientation Center in Surat, the Surat Managing Committee had a meeting. So like that, you come close to us, we come close to you. So I think you understand the English much better than us.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, may I request all the corporate members to come here on stage and join by NEC members for the first photo and the second one with all the chapter chairs. Team members too. I request the corporate members to come on stage, please. Sir President.
After this, we'd like to close. We have one of our speakers here, and he's very, very particular about time. So I think he's been generous about giving us a little more time. So, on behalf of the President, IIID, and the NEC, and we look forward to having you all with us in the next 2 days. And of course, we have a grand evening today with each one of you. Thank you.
Can we move on the stage, please? आपकी एफर्ट है सर.
NEC members will stand नीचे.
Please stay. May I request all the chapter chairs and the team members to also join. Please do join. Yeah, Kashikar ji and the team, HO team, please do join. Basically, everyone who's here should join. Hello? Triple Hello? Okay? Sure. Please settle down. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to interact before our Hyderabadi Nizams come over for the next session. Okay.
So let them have a tea coffee if anybody.
So we can all move out for tea coffee for a little while so that the furniture can be arranged again and network there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I request everyone to please be seated. We are going to start the event now. Okay, can we all rise for the national anthem? जनगण मन अधिनायक
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
A very good evening, everyone. On behalf of the entire committee of IIID-HRC, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all. I welcome our chief guest, Architect Sarosh Wadia, President IIID, our guest of honor, Architect Shamini Shankar Jain, Honorary Secretary, IIID, Architect Jignesh Modi, President-elect and Honorary Treasurer, our two keynote speakers, Architect Peter Rich, who has come all the way from Johannesburg, Architect Siddharth Talwar and Neelam Das from New Delhi. Thank you all for accepting our invitation. We are really very fortunate to have you here. All chairpersons, secretaries, treasurers, and MC members of various chapters, special invitees, and entire IIID family. We are thrilled to have such a distinguished and enthusiastic audience here today. So we had a grand inauguration of the design showcase this morning with our special invitee, inaugurating all three halls and addressing the gathering. Architect Purnima Rai inaugurated the vibrant Kala Utsav Pavilion. It is heartening to see such a great participation and so many professional business owners visiting the exhibition. From the innovative concepts to the meticulously crafted designs, each exhibit has demonstrated a remarkable level of skill and vision. I'm sure you all had the time to engage with the exhibits and speak with the exhibitors. If not, you still have 2 more days to do the same. Well, now it's time to call our dynamic and energetic chairperson, Architect Pallavi Anchuri, to give her welcome address. Please put your hands together and welcome her.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the fellowship meet. We had a wonderful start to the IID Showcase Insider X 2024. I hope you all had a fantastic day experiencing our specially curated Design Expo, which is the largest B2B design expo in India. It is my privilege to welcome NEC, led by our National President Architect Sarosh Wadia, Architect Shamini Shankar, Honorary Secretary, IID, Architect Jignesh Modi, President-elect and Honorary Secretary, and NEC members. I also extend my hearty welcome to all the IID chapter chairperson and their team. We are honored to have eminent keynote speaker today, and join me welcoming Architect Peter Rich, who traveled all the way from South Africa. And we have Architect Siddharth Talwar and Neelam Das from Studio Lotus, Delhi. We keenly await for their keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, We trust Hyderabad is treating you well, and HRC hospitality is leaving no stone unturned to elevate your experience. I'm sincerely grateful and blessed to have the IIID-HRC past chairs who stand strong with me and support me in all my efforts. And my strength comes from my excellent and hardworking managing team and committee members and my support, my family, my husband Ravi Anchuri, and my kids, who all ensure every initiative of IID and set a new benchmark and was a great, grand success. Last but not the least, our sponsors, Verilux Platinum Partner and Design Wall Gold Partner. Thank you very much for your support. Enjoy the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pallavi. Yes, Triple ID family, that's what we are. And that all brings us together. So, I just wanted to let you know, like we had like almost 30 working companies working. We should have a big round of applause for them. Their hard work made vision what it is today. Yes, we are. So it is an honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished leader whose contributions have profoundly impacted our organization. He is none other than IIID President and Chief Architect Sarosh Wadia. Can I call on stage our MC member architect Gaurav Pasha to introduce him to the audience?
Thank you, ma'am. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am architect Gaurav, and on behalf of IIID Hyderabad chapter, it is my privilege and honor to introduce you our very special chief guest, also our national president, architect Sarosh Wadia. Architect Sarosh is an alumnus of the School of Architecture CEPT CEPT Ahmedabad, and he's been trained with Padma Shri architect Professor B.V. Doshi and also engaged in professional architectural photography for a number of his publications. Architect Sarosh is involved with IIID starting way back from 1999 as the founding vice chair of Surat Regional Chapter. The very next year, he took over as the first elected chairman of Surat chapter and was very instrumental in bringing together both the apex IIID and IIA. He then went on to become a member of the National Executive Committee of IIID from 2002 to 2006, during which time he held the portfolio of chairman of the Education and Development Committee, responsible for the overall development in interior design education in the country. Subsequently, from the year 2010, he also held the portfolios of continuous education programs and also recently the Membership and Development Committee. During the term of 2015 to 17, he was Vice President Associate IIID. Many of you all may know him also as an academician, as he's got a very interesting academic journey. He's been actively involved in academics for over 28 years now, as a teacher, as a guide, and as a jury member. He is a current professor, design chair at the Faculty of Architecture, SCET Surat, teaching amongst the core subjects of design studio, energy efficiency in buildings, energy conservation, and intelligent buildings. Some of these topics which were very unheard of then, but today have become the norm of the day. He has a very illustrious professional journey as well, and he's the 5th generation partner in PB Wadia and Sons, which was established in 1889, pioneering designers and builders of Surat, and set up his own design practice in 1988. Along with his wife, architect Azmi Wadia, their firm has worked on a range of architectural and interior projects, including academic, healthcare, and religious institutions. A number of Jain and Parsi fire temples have also been part of their work, and they have worked on numerous conservation and renovation projects. Some of these include the prominent Saraswati Mandir, Dhyan Mandir, which is a mandir of the famous poet Kavi Narmad. And he's also been very actively involved jointly in the People of Heritage Concern in the first phase of conservation and adaptation of the reuse of the castle at Chowk, Surat. Many of you all may be very interested to know that beyond all these, architect Sarosh is a very hands-on person and enjoys repairing anything from calculators to cars in his free time. An avid photographer, he immensely enjoys listening to music and plays a number of instruments himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming architect Sarosh S. Wadia. Sir, can I kindly request you to grace the stage and give your address?
Good evening, Hyderabad. Oh, I couldn't hear it. So I'm there back with you exactly 9 months from now. I have been here and given an address. And I'm immensely proud that Hyderabad has again shown the way with this organizing such a big showcase, Insider X, now in its 5th generation. And when it started, I've been attending all the Insider X since it started. And it has grown from scale to scale, and we are at this level now where it can be reckoned with any other showcase or any other event like this, and it is the biggest one amongst all in India. I congratulate the present team for doing what they're. And I was very happy to meet nearly all the chapter persons, the chairs who were there, who brought Hyderabad to this level. So let me remember the first member of Hyderabad, architect B. Ramagopal. Is he here? He became a member on 13th of May, 1974. There was the first member from, of IID from Hyderabad. And then a number of series of members were there. And I still remember my great friend, late S.N. Chawla ji, who was the founder chairman of Hyderabad. 1996 was the founding year when this chapter started. And he successfully ran it till 2000. After which Qasim Ali ji, he was there in the morning with us. And I had the privilege of sharing a table and looking at the works that he has done also. After that, Renuji became the, one of the leaders of the chapters, and I think she was the first woman designer who had taken up chairmanship as the, for Hyderabad chapter. And then came Subhash Narayanji in 2004, after which Guru Raj, is he here? Guru Raj Banapalli took up the chairmanship, and then my friend Shantanu Chaudhary was in 2010 to 12. And then another phase of Hyderabad started with Ravi Anchuri taking the chair and taking Hyderabad to greater heights, after which was Sona. Today morning only I given her a name. Sona, you are Parasmani, you are not Sona. Because of whatever you touch turned into gold. And then Aparna ji took over, a very able leader, which took Hyderabad to heights. After which, the most difficult term, 2019 to 2021, where the whole world was suffering from pandemic, was very ably handled by Nanda Kumar ji. And I have great respect for him because he held Hyderabad high even then. And then our friend Manoj Wahi took up from 21 to 23. And just standing next to him, I get energized. I don't know about you all, but you should try this out. Be with him for 5 minutes and you'll get energized with his talk. And now is Pallavi as the leading lady of this very illustrious chapter. So let me let you know what all is happening at the head office in connection with how to take IID forward. As you all know, our theme of the term is design synergy, meaning as Hyderabad works with different organizations to work with different collaborative organizations and bring them together to achieve more than what any of them could individually do. And that is our theme. So it starts with Satsang, which is a collaboration of IGBC, ISHRE, CREDAI, FSAI, and IPA, which has already had functions in Pune together, Thane, the latest one in Ahmedabad, and I think the next one is in Jaipur. So now it started off during COVID time, during the term 2019-22, and it is continuing now in physical form. So I'm very happy that it's taken place. And this time, the satsang is being handled by our own member, Yogesh, who was heading the ISHRE last year. So it was a very good collaboration, and this satsang events which are being done are, the main resource for that is ISHRE. And they have taken it up to bring people together and do the function. But internationally, our leader who's not with us today, he'll be joining us tomorrow. He's receiving an award in Dubai. He promised to go ahead with 5 things. So we celebrated the Golden Jubilee, but we also dwelled on the topics of digital impact on design. Also design education in the recent years. These are the themes that we'll be working on for the next 25 years. Sustainable alternatives, which we are going to see very well today. Inclusive design. And what professional bodies can grow into collaboration. So these are the 5 topics that we dwelled upon. So how are the next 25 years of IID going to go depends on all these 5. So this is a way to bring IID together, and I am very sure that with Hyderabad's initiative, many more chapters. In fact, there's another chapter which inquired by me, can we have an event with the NEC, joint NEC, next in another chapter? So now, besides NatCon, besides awards, our chapters are doing for even the National Executive Committee meetings together. So I give a big hand to Hyderabad for having this initiative. And I hope many more NECs will have like this in other chapters and centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Kind words, everyone. And Treasurer, Architect Rakesh Vasu, Co-Convener and Honorary Secretary, Architect Naveen Chalsani, to please. Can I request Pallavi to stay back and Rakesh and Sarojji, please stay back. Yeah, 1 second. So we have a little surprise for our chairperson and our president. And this surprise is from the Ahmednagar Center. Architect Ajay Apurva, chairperson Ahmednagar Center, and Suraj, honorary secretary. Can I request them to please come on stage and unveil the surprise? Thank you, Sarojji. Thank you to Ahmednagar Center for this lovely surprise. Can I request Pallavi to stay back? We have amongst us a guest of honor, architect Shamini Shankar Jain. Can I request her to please join on stage? Can I request Chairperson-elect Architect Praveen Nune and Architect Amintara, Joint Honorary Secretary, to be on stage to felicitate Architect Shamini Shankar Jain. Can I now request our President-elect and Treasurer, guest of honor for today, Architect Jignesh Modi, to please join on stage. I request Architect Manoj Vahi, immediate past President, and Mr. Sandeep Jain to please join on stage. Sorry for the immediate past Chairperson. So thank you. And now it's time for felicitations of our mentors of Sthapatya Utsav, the installations and the design street. So we had, before this exhibition, we had from 20th to 23rd June, we had a Sthapatya Utsav, which was a students' workshop with a keynote address by architect Yatin Pandya. It has participations of almost 10 colleges and almost 200 student members. You will get to see beautiful creations of all workshops at the student display area in hall number 2. Our MC member, architect Sushmita Subudhi, did a wonderful job and was the chief coordinator for all the workshops. We had 3 workshops mentored by architects. So our first workshop was by Bobby Vijayekar for origami. Can I request him to please join on stage? I would like to invite Architect Sarosh Wadia, Chairperson Pallavi Anchuri, past Chairperson, Architect Kasim Alisan, to please join on stage. Do we have Architect Bobby Vijayekar here? Yes. Can I request Architect Ms. Sona Chatwani, a past Chairperson, to please join on stage? So this workshop was origami by architect Bobby Vijayekar, titled Building Optimal Balance with Paper. Please put your hands together. He did some wonderful, amazing activities with all the students, building colorful origami, craft and art. You can get to see that at the students' display. Can I request you to stay back? Yeah. Our next workshop was charcoal workshop by Mr. Manveer Singh. Okay, he's not around. Yeah. Architect Anurag Khandelwal for the carpentry. Okay. So we also had a tile workshop by Somani, a mural workshop, and also a design competition. Can I request Mr. Sujit Kumar Mohanty, Joint President Somani, to please join the stage. Can I request past Chairperson, Engineer Ravi Anchuri, to please join Pallavi and Saroji. Can I also request our MC member, Architect Gaurav, to join on stage? So, two mentors of our workshops are not available. We might have to do their felicitations after some time. So apart from these workshops, we also had some installations, if you must have noticed, in front of all the three halls. We had student installations from in front of hall 1, 2 and 3. So our immediate past chairperson, architect Manoj Vahi, had curated and initiated this workshop. Almost like 7 colleges had participated in this, and we had mentors mentoring them for these installations. So can I request our first mentor, Architect Geetu Gangadharan from Student Installation 1 to please join on stage. Can I request Architects Sarosh Wadia and Pallavi Anchuri to please come back on stage. Yeah, she's stay back. Architect Shashank Rao for Student Installation 2. Can I request Shashank Rao to please join on stage? We have Architect Ramesh Kyatam for Student Installation 3. I think all of them are tired from the exhibition and couldn't make it for the event. So a big round of applause for all the 3 mentors for student installations. So apart from this, we also had jury for the student design competitions. And this is Architect Anshuman Sharma, NEC member, and Architect Bindi Solapur. Can I request them to please join on stage? This jury was done by these 2 NEC members. Can I invite Architect Anshuman Sharma on stage? So we also have Design Street mentor, Architect Yashwant Ramamurthy. This Design Street is in hall number 1 and 3, if you have visited the exhibition. And this was all curated and mentored by Architect Yashwant sir and coordinated by Architect N. Praveen Kumar and Architect Rakesh Vasu. Can I have the team on stage, please? Please put your hands together for this team, as the design street has come up really beautiful, and I'm sure you must have seen it. So Architect Yashwant sir couldn't make it today as he had a small surgery. So as we continue to celebrate this creativity and innovation, thank you. So as we continue to celebrate this creativity and innovation, it is my pleasure to introduce a very special segment of our exhibition, the Clouds of Pavilion, celebrating the arts and crafts of India. This pavilion is conceptualized and curated by our dynamic past chairperson, Ms. Sona Chatwani. And can I please welcome her and call on stage?
And I would like to efforts taken by Amita Raj for this art and craft. Please join.
So I had this opportunity to be the coordinator for the pavilion. Coordinating such a diverse and dynamic pavilion was no small feat. The challenge was to put together 30 stalls from different parts of the country, and we were fortunate to have a dedicated team who had worked tirelessly to bring this pavilion to life. Here I would like to acknowledge the support of Meena Apnender and a team from Creative Dignity who helped us curate the stalls, bringing the artisans to highlight the rich cultural heritage and the exceptional skills of our artisans. Okay, we have architect Anshuman here. Can I please call him on stage? Please put your hands together. He was the jury for all the students' installations which were happening. So for the students' installations, we have the mentor was architect Manoj Wahi, and the coordinator was architect Roxana Chehna. So can I invite architect Jignesh Modi to please join on stage to felicitate them. Thank you, Manoji. Thank you, Roxana. Sir, can you stay just one more time? So for the student workshop Sthapatya Utsav, we have Sushmita Subudhi who mentored the entire workshop. Can we have a round of applause? And coordinators, architect S. Suman Rekha. She is principal CSIT and Sushmita has also been very instrumental in getting us student members. She's taken a drive and she got almost 250 to 300 student members. Today we have a strong member of students of 300 members. Can we have a please big round of applause for that? Architect Suman Rekha is principal at CSIT, and in spite of her busy schedule as a principal, she has dedicated a lot of time for the workshops. This only shows the commitment she has for the fraternity. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Pallavi. I think now it's time to be back for our keynote. To set the tone for this event, we have the honor of introducing a keynote speaker who truly needs no introduction, a person whose work has left an indelible mark on a field, a visionary, a leader, and a relentless innovator, architect Peter Rich, has inspired countless individuals and revolutionized the way we think about architecture. Can I now invite architect Rakesh Vasu, treasurer and convener of Insider X Showcase 2024 to come forward and introduce him.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor and privilege to introduce architect Peter Rich, one of the greatest architects of South Africa. Peter Rich is a South African-based architect who attributes his learning to African space making as being central to his career. In 2009, he was awarded the World Building of the Year by the World Architecture Festival in Barcelona for the Makumbwe Interpretation Center in Limpopo, South Africa. For his extensive African and global portfolio of built work, Peter has received numerous awards and prizes. To name a few, he is a recipient of the UK Earth Award, the International Sustainable Architecture Award, and the Wienerberger Brick Award. In 2013, he was shortlisted for the Aga Khan Award. Peter further received the Gold Medal of Architecture from the South African Institute of Architecture for his contribution to African space making, and is an International Fellow of the Royal Institute of British Architects and an Honorary Fellow of the American Institute of Architecture. To add just one selected exhibition to the list, Peter's work was displayed at the Venice Architecture Biennale in 2018 as part of the Arsenale Curator's Choice exhibition. In all of this, Peter finds time to teach and develop new curricula in Africa, India, Europe, and in the US. In his own words, as an architect that specializes in community-based projects, Peter would like to share with students that architecture should have an inclusive approach, drawing on a community's needs, aspirations, and cultural heritage through social interaction in the design process and working towards a new urbanism that embraces both diversity and a sense of identity. Please put your hands together and join in welcoming architect Peter Reitz.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank IIID and the Hyderabad chapter for the privilege and honor of bringing me back to India. It's my fourth visit, my third visit this year, but my fourth visit since November. I'm particularly attracted to India because, for two reasons. One is gift exchange. It's one of the few places in the world where there is real gift exchange. And also, Doshi taught me that, you know, in the developed world, there's this notion of certainty and perfection, which is a false construct. In India, there's a notion of uncertainty, which is seen as a realistic agent of change. And that's fascinated me, but there's a generosity. And I must say, the last time that I spoke at a IIID was an indoor, and it was just this fun event. There was congeniality, it wasn't a matter of networking, it was a matter of a brotherhood, a sisterhood, a fellowship of people who were joyous in their creativity and came together. And I think we have something to learn from that. And I must compliment you that the individuals who represented the big corporates, we saw them as human beings tonight. We didn't see them as institutions. And we as the profession have isolated ourselves from governance, government work. We've isolated ourselves, I'm talking about worldwide, not just India, from the commercial practices, from all of those spaces that we enjoy every day. And I think we've got to have a hand in reaching out. And I've recently found that architects that cross the bridge and go to government find that government actually need you. They don't know how to get you. They actually need you. And I'll talk about that when I conclude my talk. I counted, I have something like 89 individuals as graduates in India who I'm seen as a father figure. They speak to me about encouragement. They speak to me about career moves. And it's just only a pleasure. And there's a depth in architecture. The shoulders that Doshi and that generation in Korea had, there's a depth of middle ground. That are the new shoulders. I'm not going to mention names for fear of leaving out anyone. But there's the most incredible depth, and there's a discourse in architecture which I experienced through Nandan Balsava and the Roots program and other programs, that does not exist in London or Copenhagen or New York, okay? It doesn't happen outside of the normal conventions, but it happens in India. So you don't need to feel that the grass is greener. I come here because the grass is greener. I come here to be renewed. And I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to start with a little story. When I last addressed 2,500 people on the lawn at Indore, prior to that I'd been in Mandu, and I got up at 6 in the morning to go and draw at a certain temple, which was elevated one story up, and there's only one access. And I had an iPhone that was apple green, and I left it down, put it down, and went down to write down the spelling of the name of that temple. When I came back, it was gone. We reported it to the police, and the police station was this neat place where you didn't have, cops that had big stomachs. They were neat and trim. Their dress was trim. They were proud of who they were. They had this absolutely, and they said, "Sir, we don't have crime here. The crime we deal with is usually a teenage boy who looked at someone else's girlfriend, and we have to intervene so there isn't a fight." Well, to cut a long story short, I know that a monkey must have taken it, because there was a whole temple next door that was full of monkeys. I haven't had a phone call from that monkey yet. But in the middle of the IIID talk, I was asked to pause, and the Commissioner of Police of the region, together with came and presented me with a new iPhone 13, an upgrade from my iPhone 10. And that's one of the paradoxes of India. And they said, "We're giving this to you because we want to show you that we don't have crime." So I think that's a beautiful story. And here's the phone. Okay, now let me go back here. I'm going to share a number of stories, and especially they're humble stories, but they're stories of how, if you believe in yourself and you have courage, you can cross thresholds you never thought you would charge. I'm from South Africa. This shouldn't be activated, so it should. When we became a democracy, we could move into the world, and these are the areas of Africa that I've studied indigenous groups of people. And this here is I've ended up getting 3 World Heritage Sites along the Nile Meridian, which is a line that starts at Giza and ends at Gandhi's ashram, which is a sacred line that's part of mythology of the Egyptians. And I'll take you to 1 or 2 of these, okay? But when I started getting work along this line, and it was quite amazing. And this is what I want to show you. This is Zaragoza, north of Barcelona, where in the industrial period, before the turn of last century, structures like this were built. And if you want to see the beauty and innovation of it, they built out of timber vaulting, using nature's forces, using principles. This is South Tooth Lighting. It's now a science museum today, and things don't get more beautiful than that. So encouraged by that, I entered Mapungubwe as a competition and won it. And then when we built it, we didn't really know what we were doing, but it's the first time we were embracing a technology. We were looking for a cave architecture, and due to a serendipitous situation, Izzy Benjamin, who had been exiled and was from London, knocked on my door. At the time, I was looking for a cave architecture, and said, I'm building with Catalans a dome in the south of Dover, working with John Uschendorf from MIT. We're using their maths to try and reinvent this idea of timbral vaulting. In Mapungubwe, there's evidence of trade in both trade and technology with Malaysia, China, India. And by the way, the Africans that wear turbans in Renaissance paintings are traders. And there's evidence of Ming pottery. There's unequivocal evidence, and there's a rhino with one horn. Could be an Indian rhino, but very unpolitically correct to draw that comparison in the present climate. And it preceded Great Zimbabwe, which was the trade that took the gold up through Timbuktu, and then the Jews took it through Morocco into Europe. And it's where there's baobab trees on the Tropic of Capricorn, just like you get them on the Tropic of Cancer up at Mandu. And we entered into this in the spirit that this represented was very important to Africans because it's pre their exploitation from 1503 when the carpet was pulled on the gold trade by the Portuguese. It showed that they've actually have a beautiful system. And we came up with an ordering system, which we found in the sky. We found it in the indigenous things, which was the equilateral triangle. I'm sorry, is it possible to stop it from being automatic? It's going automatically. I'll deal with it, it's okay. But what we did is we just did it with passion and we did it with courage. And that's what I want to explain to you. And you'll see this drawing on the exhibition of the Venice Biennale. It's 2.7 by 1.5. I'll tell that story later on. But these are the initial sketches that were done, okay? In trying to actually understand spatially what we were doing. We were taking nature's forces and through using the principle of the catenary, distributing it to the ground. But we were beginners. But the important thing is, this is John Uschendorf from MIT, who joined an architectural school, and he found that there's 1,000 buildings built by Guastavino, who was a contractor who went to America from Catalonia and built buildings. And so we had to, as part of our particular money grant from the Department of Environment and Tourism, we had to use local, unskilled, unemployed labor as a way of realizing our dream, okay? And we had to do an audit of that. So we got women to make the tiles out of the soil of the ground at 4 MPa, as weak as it could possibly be, because we were pushing the boundaries. And it meant you didn't have to bring trucks from somewhere with fired bricks from ovens. You could get almost an 80% less carbon footprint. And we trained these local people from the community to build little vaults. Little did they know that this is one of John Uschendorf's pupils from Cambridge, and they're hiding away as a New Zealander who we found who's got a wonderful way of dealing with tribals in going to visit their families and making them feel inclusive. And little did they know that when in a matter of weeks we would be building vaults of 22 meters and permanent suturing, but suddenly there was pride because they had work. And what we did here, we started with one team from the one side, one team from the other side. We knew we didn't need much shuttering because there's a system of wires that the Catalans use, so we're learning from another culture. But what was important, and I'm going back here, what was really important in this situation was that when we won the World Award, the head of the Sagrada Familia contacted me and said, come and visit because you've started a mindset whereby we, after almost 100 years, can readdress the whole thing of Trimble vaulting because you were brave enough to take that leap. Okay? And we were dumb and eager, but we knew the poetry that we wanted, and we put the rocks that we removed from the site on the roof because we wanted it to be like an elephant. 1 minute you see it, the next minute you don't see it. And it's a little bit like Ron Champ. You haven't got a sense of scale because you don't have a door. Okay? And it works for one person, but it works for many person. And it's like an elephant. You see it 1 minute and then you don't see it. And then we realized that if you're going to go and to create the sacredness of the darkness of space, you're going to have this thing where there is an opening where you can't focus your camera because it's going to lose light. How do we deal with that? We had to shut the light down. So it has to do with light. And it has to do with plasma telling you there's too much light in architecture. You need to go into the sacred. And Doshi he always asks an architect, where's the darkness in your project? I know some Australian architects had to go for therapy after he'd asked them that because there was no darkness in their projects. So these are the sensibilities we were dealing with. And we were making space, okay? But we were doing it with absolute commitment. And when we went to the World Architecture Festival, which there were 2,800 people, I didn't look at who was in our group. I just prepared a story, said my prayers in the morning. I'm quite sort of superstitious. If I wore these socks, maybe we'll win. If I don't wear these underpants, maybe we won't win. So quite superstitious. And then I went along and people said to me after I'd given this talk, where did you pull that from? The gods and goddesses were on your side. Then I found we had Norman Foster, we had Zaya I didn't worry about that. You go. I was an athlete, I was an Olympic athlete, and when you get down in those starting blocks, it's you and your coach, okay? You learn focus. So learn that focus. You can achieve, and this launched me onto a world stage. And when we won, the party was in Mrs. Barcelona Pavilion. I had to pinch myself. Fortunately, my son was present, so I can actually verify that it actually happened. And we looked at the trees, because we were looking at nature. We couldn't look at African example because the National Parks Board had made a mistake. They'd chosen the wrong tribe as the people who previously occupied the land. And so they said, rather look at nature, look at something neutral. And there's an irregularity. When you do the handmade, you must understand as Indians, you, like Africans, have the advantage that you can work with tribals and nature. I've just been with Hipara up in Vadodara, where he took me and he showed me what the Rajasthani tribals have taught him about lime, which is a living organism. You mix it with protein, you mix it with the right balance of a variety of materials. And it's carbohydrate, and it's alive, it's not cement. And so we were dealing with these sensibilities. And when a thing's handmade, you get irregularities, and through the irregularities, it feels ancient. It takes on a whole timeless quality that it wouldn't have otherwise had. Okay? And you're dealing with spaces that John Uschendorf said, how can we do a building that is not about fashion, it's not about style, and it's 18% less carbon footprints? So every decision is one that's made about distributing forces. And then what can we learn about light? So you just believe in yourself and you do it, okay? And you create an oculus of space. And there were two ingredients. Architecture is a bit like cooking. The one ingredient was cave and the other one was slatted light, which sits on broad. We've got light as shadow as something that's God-given. And also, you don't need much light. You need 40. There's too much light. You know when you go into a bad interior and they're downlighters and there's too much light, it sort of doesn't work. We do work in China, and they've got this terrible idea of hanging interiors off the ceiling. They call it Chinese decoration, and we're trying to persuade them not to do that. And then having done this, we entered the Earth Awards in London, and then I got a phone call from this toffee-nosed Englishman who I thought it was my sons playing the fool, but it was the then Prince Charles, and I had to apologize that I thought my sons were playing a joke on me. But he wanted us to build this in his garden. And he said, we've only got 14 days. And he said, I'll facilitate it anyway, but I want to show the British at a tea party that you can take the soil of their garden, and with 5% cement, you can build a building. So you take the challenge up. You find a way. You go and find a friend who's in the theatre business who can actually make the mock-up. You start doing some drawings, and you get a few bicycles. You fire the project manager, and the person from with the digital means, they do the scaffolding, and you build it. And then Prince Charles, who's now king, said, I want all the ooze, I want the roughness, okay? Because there's some character in that. So he said, yes, sir, we'll give you. No, not sir, we were trained, it's His Highness, and there was a whole ritual we had. So suddenly we were working for Prince Charles, and I'm not names dropping, it just happened that way. And everything's sustainable. You know, it's like Sudha Reddy's work, you know? The block that you use in between the hand press that you make becomes the exhibition. So you end up in a place where you never thought you would be, on the Mall in London. What a fantastic address to have a project. And then a certain Englishman was teaching cricket to people in Rwanda, where I went, and I've got a whole history of working there. We've just won a Green City Award with a 300 strong London-based firm, and there are 3 of us, and we won the award for them. Something that came out of COVID, that you as the little guy can partner with the big guy because the big guy actually needs you, okay? And vice versa. And we looked at the bounce of a cricket ball, and we said, what if we do a pavilion that's like this? And we showed it to the Minister of Infrastructure, who was female, and she said, no, you, Mr. Rich, you don't understand. Us Africans, we're tired of being associated with earth and mud huts. We want to be like Dubai. So we were stuck. So I realized that this man who died of cancer, who taught cricket, and his wife said, the chairperson of the MCC, Lord's Cricket Ground, the home of cricket, happens to be the then in power James Cameron. So we were cheeky enough to phone, to get hold of the Rwandan. This is where you've got to be strategic. You get hold of the Rwandan ambassador, you phone 10 Downing Street, you get hold of him, and you arrange a meeting, you make your own table, and you do a presentation, and in one evening you've raised all the money. And then suddenly the Minister of Infrastructure thinks it's really cool to have Earth. She's changed her mind because it's had the endorsement of... So you're doing a bottom-up structure, but you have to go right to the top. And you've got to realize you've got to do that. You've got to do it in the politics of your own country. And it's a huge success, okay? And then we won a national competition, international competition on the site of 3.6 million year old evidence of the hominids, our predecessors, running as bipeds away from the oldest footprints in the world of our predecessors. And they buried under some stones put there by the Getty Foundation. And we won this competition, and we started doing a whole series of science institutes. So you could come here, and if you made a discovery of a, I don't know, million-year-old rhino, you could, without running back to Denver or Cambridge, you could actually connect to the world. Unfortunately, it was a presidential project, and in the elections, the president got voted out, end of project. But we'll build it somewhere else. And we also had a museum where we had to reconstruct the present-day skeletons of all the main mammals, so they could be compared. Fantastic project. And then how do you, at 7.4 on the Richter scale, do a museum? And we very naively looked at this, and we were busy working on that. If we had a 4.8% footprint with things moving differently, we maybe could do it, but that's when the presidential change happened. And it happens in life. You have a major project, and it collapses through a shift in politics. Okay? But you move on. And then we were in Geralta, which is a fantastic place in Ethiopia where women climb up those cliff faces to go to a church that's right at the top so you can baptize your baby closest to God. And we wanted to do an architecture that when you look down, it disappeared. And we came up with this idea. It hasn't been built. We had the client we were building with actually got assassinated as part of recent activities in the government. We didn't hear from him, and we found out why. But there's where you climb up to, and you walk along on something that's as wide as this ledge, and you've got a 1,000-foot drop. But you do it, and I took Billy Tsing and Todd Williams from New York up there. As Americans, they had to get used to their backside being propped by a whole number of support while they got up, but it was fun. And then the Venice Biennale. I've had major, wonderful things happen in my life. I had Pancho Guedes of Mozambique, who should have got the Pritzker Prize, who was my mentor. And then the other thing that I had was Doshi. And then more recently in 2018, Yvonne and Shelley of Grafton Architects, who were the curators of the Venice Biennale. And I'm going to share with you what they did. They didn't give you this space. I'm just going to go back a moment. They phoned you up and said, this is the reason we've chosen you. Out of 280 people, we've chosen 71, and you representing Africa. Then they said, we're sending you a note. And the note is, what is the construct of your work? And my son got hold of me, he said, Dad, they're not asking you for a project. They're asking you, what is the essence of the work that you do? And we responded, and then they gave you a space, and when they gave you a space, they said, this is a 13th century space with a window at 3.8. We want you to pay homage to this space, designed by Serlio, and we want something that's understated, and your name's going to be over there. This isn't a trade fair. We're going to control all of that, okay? And we want you to pay homage, and we want you to make it in the way that it has something. And what we did is, we started looking at these drawings. And when they asked us for a construct, these are the 2 pages we sent them. The one construct is axiality, symmetry, duality, frontality informed by the human body. The other one is nature that's informed by nature's forces, okay? And they said, we want that one, okay? And then what we did is we started looking at what were the drawings we've done that explore an organic architecture in one way or another. This is a women's center, which we had the money to build from the ANC government, but they had corrupt intentions, and so we withdrew the project. Okay, so you're swimming against the tide, but it's getting built in other forms. And then they said to us, we want you to take your drawings that are on a moleskin and blow them up to 2.7 by 1.7. And if you have to redraw them, redraw them. And in redrawing them, you entered into a cathartic state where dreams came true. And these are the 2 drawings I showed in Dublin, which got me invited. Is to design, it's become a fossil, it's to design a center of the First Nation people in South Africa, the Khoisan people, on a site. Okay, sorry, this is still flicking on automatically, so I'm trying to actually juggle, but I'll survive. And these are the drawings that I did just out of love, but they're quite long drawings, and when they saw this, they saw the visceral nature of this when I presented in Dublin. They said, you're the person we want to do drawings, and we want you to use the drawings to structure the space. So there was this intelligent discussion. And then here, this is especially for you as interior people. A billionaire who's never is asked by leading people like the head of Walmart and that to create a place of where they can come and invest. And they arrive in T-shirts and jeans, not in suits like at Morgan Stanley downstairs. And he had to go to the outskirts in a commercial building, which he hates. He needed a commercial address, but he hated absolutely everything about the commercial world. He hates the ceilings in offices, he hates the blinds, he doesn't like the furniture because it's pretentious, he wants it to be like home. He said, your brief it must be like the Dirty Dozen and a startup business in a garage. Fabulous challenge. So what we did is we went to his farm, these are my drawings, and we found dead trees, okay? And we also found soil. And then what we did is we took one of the dead trees and we got someone down in Mississippi who could take it and cut it and turn it into an artwork. So it could be displayed in the space over, he supported Nonguchi over a pool. And it created an interaction between this, and we took out the soffit and we actually made these flying vaults. But remember, he said to me, the reason I'm working with you is I want an architecture that you can smell, you can taste, and you can touch. And Americans can't do that because, and one of the reasons they can't do it is of big business. The other thing is the labor cost is $150 an hour. So they can't do what you do. I don't know about you, but I don't earn $150 an hour as an architect if you do your little conversion. So we said, fabulous. He flew an airplane, so we created this flock of birds, which happened to be these vaults. And then we found the union system imposes this heavy cost. But if we did it on a farm and we moved in between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning, we didn't have to comply. And this is the aesthetic we were wanting. We were wanting this dialogue with and we grew plants down the soffit instead of those horrible vertic blinds. We used the idea of shadow. deep shadow, and other shadow. Okay? And so you get this interactive thing, and we went and got the wood. We got a beetle kill wood that Americans throw away. They don't even use it for pallets. And we found a burnt forest in Arizona, which we got and we cut up, and then we created these idicules. We learned the proportion system from Herzog and de Miriam, where you were in your own space, but you had views out and you were connected. And Joe Ritchie was the sort of guy who, he didn't employ you if you had an MBA, he employed you if you were a live one. And he went into Africa and he worked with African women who had these banks, rural banks, and he helped them improve their lot. He was this amazing man. And these are the drawings we did. And if he also didn't employ you if the only picture you had was your wife and kids. He said, well, don't you have any interest? Did you play baseball? Don't you have an autobiography, you know? And he wanted to communicate that. So these are our drawings talking to him with openings that happen. And he said, I want it to be like a street in India or a street in Mexico where you sit down and decisions are actually made in the little casitas where you sit at a table. The best decisions aren't made in boardrooms. And if I have a boardroom, it must be a plank that's come down the Ganges or the Amazon River and it's got a story to tell. Okay? Ideal client. And these are the idicules that happened with a corner going through. And then he had people that were important to him in his life, which is part of his autobiography. So we found a way of doing it. So what you do is you get an exceptional client and then you respond to the needs of that exceptional client. And then we found a guy that had autistic, he suffered from autism, but he was on a farm. And we gave him the commission so we could bring these in as prefabricated. So what I'm trying to say is you're in this, you're not in this ideal world, but you adapt to the situation. And so we made these and then we moved them in. And we created this beauty. You had this transition from the horrible marble commercial interior. You went into this other world. And it happened acoustically. And then he said, when I have the rusty steel, I want it to be weathered. I don't want Court 10. I want it to tell a story. And there's a waterfall. Okay? So this is an interior for an unbelievably beautiful client. And then all the people, Johnny Cash and the people that were important in his life who had died, I want them reflected in a pool. So if you've got a really intelligent client and you happen to have a good relationship with him, you can actually do this wonderful work. And then he owned Green and Green, who were arts and crafts architects at the beginning of the last century. He owns a house of theirs, which the family have just sold to Brad Pitt. And it's dripping stone. And in it he has an ottoman. And he says that ottoman is made of worn out and Nguni Zulu cow leather. Now I can put my feet on it, I can put the coffee table on it, and my grandchildren can play on it. The designer coffee table that you bought in glass, which has got an Nguji base, they can't do that. Don't give me that. I want the other thing. I want it to be like, I want the space to be like that pair of boots that you love wearing or that famous pair of slippers you've got that have got a hole in it. Fantastic client. And you can do magic under those circumstances. And what we did is this wood was amazing. When we planed it down and Americans throw it away, it almost had little fossils and things that were in it to tell the story. Now this is another story. This is play architecture, Senthil Kumados, who followed in my footsteps. He's one of those 89 young architects that I work with. And he, at a point in his life, his wife died at 42, and to deal with his grief, he had a fantastic client. I said, I've watched you, and you're making certain mistakes. I'm going to actually work with you now. And he did this building, which won the WAF Small Building of the Year. So he started from small beginnings. He needed some mentorship, but I now learn with him, and he's now working with me on my projects in Africa. So there we are. He's half my age. And it's just fantastic. And it's the most beautiful project. And it's charged with all the healing qualities that he needed to go through the grief of his wife. And it was just the most incredible. You should visit it. It's east of Bangalore in Devadavu in the coffee growing district. It's the most marvelous experience. And he did it better than I did it. So he suddenly developed a whole technology, which is a way of supporting structure. But look at the detail. You've got the skill. These were just bent by someone from the farm. They weren't by some contractor, okay? And here he's receiving his award together. He was the builder, and his client was the engineer. And that's a South African in London who presented the prize to them. And then at the Nita Mangalore School recently, we were explaining to students what this was about. We got them, he's invented this idea of, we've managed to take this technique back to the peasants. So we got some tribals to help us. We created the formwork on the floor. We then got male and female students to actually get involved in the build. And in 2 days, we built something. We had to use standard tiles here. They don't have the quality of the handmade tiles. But what a beautiful, it's become an entrance. We're not just doing little mounds in the backyard of architectural schools. It's become an entrance. And it's survived. And this is Senthil Kumar Das. He's got a smile that starts in the Pacific and ends in the Indian Ocean. And he also went to WAF, and he was a breath of fresh air because he was just this lovely person. And then a recent project is the White Lion Interpretation Center. The white lions have been put in zoos, and unscrupulous people have made out that they're albinos, so they use them for cuddle and then kill. And they're actually of royal origin. So a client who's been given the mandate to actually be the custodian of saving them and saving the universe, I'm working for her. And this is the world that I work in. And we need the video now, please. I'm going to give you her vision and then show you how we're responding to her vision. I think it's important as creative beings that we understand that.
Like the vital organs of the body, powerful biodiversity hotspots on Earth hold the source codes for the revitalization of our entire planet and the flourishing of life itself. Life began in Africa, and speciation is associated with the East African Rift Valley at the epicenter of Earth's land masses, also referred to by evolutionary scientists as the birth canal of the human species. The white lions were born on the Nilotic meridian along the East African Rift tectonic plate and, significantly, in alignment with the most important architectural sacred sites on the African continent, Giza, Great Zimbabwe, Barberton. This means that humankind's greatest lion monument, the Great Sphinx and pyramids of Giza in the north, align exactly with the birthplace of the white lions in the south. The white lions originate in this one location only on Earth, Timbavati, meaning place where the star lions came down in the old Shangaan language, and their heartland, Tsao, meaning star lion. But while the African wisdom keepers have long revered the white lions as holy animals and bringers of peace and prosperity, their critically important role in the ecosystem is less well understood. Their cultural role in restoring hope to humankind is equaled by their ecological role in restoring health to their ecosystem. Today, we are faced with a pervading sense of the devastation and desecration of Mother Earth, as immortalized in Disney's Lion King story. When the true king is removed from his kingdom, a wasteland ensues. But there is a way to come back into right relationship with our planet. When the apex animal is restored in its natural kingdom, the flourishing of all species in the ecosystem is assured. The white lions may be living legends, mythic in their majesty and iconic in their radiant solar power, yet their ability to restore health and healing to their natural ecosystem is fundamental ecology at its best. Importantly, their place of origin is in the epicenter of South Africa's Kruger to Canyons biosphere, a UNESCO-declared biosphere region and one of the last viable lion ranges on the planet. The White Lion's birthplace was declared an ancient sacred site by African kings hundreds of years before the Kruger National Park was proclaimed in 1926, and the more recent United Nations accreditation at the turn of this millennium. But tragically, the white lions have been forcibly removed from their endemic wilderness territories for a documented period of over 6 decades into zoos and circuses around the globe and into death camps in South Africa's notorious cuddle-to-kill industry. To ensure the critical survival of the white lions while protecting the watershed in their area of origin, the Global White Lion Protection Trust has been purchasing large tracts of land since 2004, the heart of the white lion's ancestral territories. Significantly, the White Lion Heartlands spans the arterial river which serves the greater region, the only perennial waters in an area of some 100,000 hectares. Once a severely denuded habitat of radical biodiversity loss, the White Lion Heartlands has enjoyed dramatic regeneration under the pawprint of the apex predator. This recent Google Earth map records the contrast between Tsao, the White Lion Heartlands today, and the desertification of neighboring lands directly bordering, where legalized commercial trophy hunting of lions has been taking place for decades. Just as wolves restored waterways in Yellowstone Park, so ecologists now recognize the apex predator's role in restoring balance throughout the trophic levels of the food chain in an ecosystem. As inspirational symbols of true service-based leadership, the white lions in our protected area restore health to their ecosystem and hope to human systems. Behind me is land that was once seriously degraded in the heart of the White Lion Heartlands. The Global White Lion Protection Trust has been purchasing large tracts of land in the white lion's endemic homelands and returning the lions to the wild in a scientific reintroduction program, because we know when the white lions flourish, all life flourishes. Today, all conservation issues are global issues. If Brazil loses its rainforests, Earth has lost her lungs. If South Africa loses its white lions, Earth has lost her heart. We can all feel it, the pulsing heart of the animal kingdom on Earth, the white lion's sacred natural site, revitalizing all the vital organs of our living planet.
Thank you. So that's the vision you walk into. And then, in an inclusive way, where do you start? Okay. At Tsao, there was a lightning bolt that destroyed Linda's world. The library, everything with it, and her husband ran off with her best friend. She had to start life again. But here on the main road into one of the gateposts to Kruger Park, she wants to build something that's accessible to school children and the lay public, whereby they can learn about this phenomenon. And these are early sketches of mine, trying to explain. We're using the Versica Pisces, the eye to the sky, which is prevalent in all cultures, okay? These are my hand drawings. We've got a surveyor to plot the things, and you need to see it from the road. It needs to glow. It's an eye to the sky. And it points up the Nile Meridian. And now she's acquired land where she's doing permaculture, so it needs to tell the story of permaculture, which is an Australian word for what your tribals have been doing for centuries, okay? Nurturing the land in a good way. And these are just my drawings done off 3D models as a way of trying to explain to them what the approach sequence could be, how you come up the ramp, you take your shoes off, you walk on the crystals of the river sand, which are the star sands, and then you go into the darkness, because you need to go into the darkness to experience the sacredness. And then you've got the eye to the sky. And these are my drawings which are trying to explain that the importance of going into the darkness here. And maybe it's a movie that goes there. We're busy working with curators in an integrative way. Okay? But what does that darkness mean? And then you go across, and maybe there's water in that space. We're busy looking at it. Okay? And we have to be a self-build. It has to be built by the community who's on the land. And here is a drawing of the Versica Pisces, the realization of it, the access to the window to heaven, okay, and what it means inside. So these are attempts to try and through an ink drawing communicate that. And Central will come and work with me, and we'll actually do a series of these vaults, but it's grown into, there has to be a pyramid as well, which has to do with that story of the lines being the pinnacle of success. And while we're doing it, we're looking at housing that can take place, because you're always pushing the boundary, and I love this. It's a very organic shaped house, which houses artifacts. There's the plan. So you're always looking at other applications. And we tried to get this built on a conservancy, but there were rules that prevented it. At the place of the lines, we don't have those rules, so we can build it. There's the yin and the yang. There's a whole lot of ideas. And then there's my house, 1918, and how we've transformed it, demolished half of it. Muradula's been there, grafted on a house, and then built these pavilions. I'll go back, built these pavilions in the old driveway, which started to define a forecourt, an entrance court, inner courts. So it was playing with two ideas. One, my ideas of African space making, another one dealing with the internal ideas learned from Adolf Loos, the idea of Raumplan, and the way it intersects on the diagonal. So there's a crossover between an African theory of space making and a very Eurocentric idea of space making. I run this as a design course with students where I take an Indian idea of space making, traditional, vernacular, and I take a very Eurocentric idea, and I said, what can we learn from the two of these? But it's also about a garden, okay, and the relationship to that garden. And then the interior is the business of the stone coming into the house, opening the doors and the birds fly through. You've got this implied diagonal, and it's housing the collection of artifacts which form relationships you've had with artists. And these are ideas that try in my book to explain the spatial ideas, learning from the articulation of each room and learning from Adolf Loos. Okay? And how you get that interleading and how important the soffit is. You've only got to go to your temples to learn about the soffit. It's no longer in architecture. You get these horrible ceilings that you need to structure space. We couldn't go down, so we had to go up. So you get that business of intimacy, that business of darkness, and then drawings that explore it, and then just ordinary artifacts, and then what you have at the front door, what you have here. And I like things to tell a story. I like Granny's cupboard to have its place as well. And my wife, in a space that I've just recently curated, this beautiful painting, we had it framed. We took the Jackson Lingwani bowl, we floated it. I got someone who did Zen details that actually helped hang those things in space, okay? And we started making it actually become something, as you know, you need to curate. And we took the angels on a slippery cloud as sculptures and hung them so that they worked. And curation is a fantastic thing, and architects should curate, they should paint. And then how the solstice happens. When we change from one season to other, the sun comes through the west door and goes right through the whole of the house, because the house is exactly due north. And then you can have a party because you're celebrating that business of the sun. And although my sons have left home, those have gone abroad. When they come back, they come up to Johannesburg, and they come in the early morning and the afternoon of winter because they love the sun. Okay? And this, whether it was Baragan or whatever it was, it's there. But you've got this presence of indoor and outdoor. And it's indoor room and outdoor room. And we've made this piece of paradise. And, you know, the artifacts, that's a Paolo Soleri bell, which we got in Scottsdale in Arizona. It tells a story. Okay? And then you continue to tell the story. And the author of my book, which we finish with, he said, everything you've done in China and elsewhere, you've experimented here, the yin and the yang. You don't realize it, but subconsciously you've experimented. And how you carve space. Okay? And how you work with stone in its different forms. And, you know, Chaya's wife, Chaya came from, Neelkanth Chaya came from Africa in the 70s. His wife still paints the Africa sky because the Africa sky is big. And this is our umuzi. This is where we entertain. And we've now got a tenant in the top cottage, which is on the wall, who does all of Louis Vuitton and Cartier's work in South Africa, but he wants to paint. And this was taken just the other day, where the maple tree actually frames this, and it's now been pruned, it's lost its leaves. But these are the wondrous moments which you can have in your own piece of paradise. And then I went to China and met an amazing Buddhist who thinks that Buddha sent me to him and my son, and we started creating this world. He was going to do a theme park that was like Hello Kitty, and we said, no. Why don't you do it as art? So he's become my pupil. You know, if you have a client who's your owner-builder client, you can't kick his ass, but if you make him your pupil, if he does things wrong, you can mark him 2 out of 10, and he gets the message. And I started drawing like a Chinese person. I mean, look here. These are drawings that they are moleskin, but they've got a Chinese sensibility. Now, if you're respectful of cultures and you change culture, you get respectful. I've dealt with the lotus in India. The lotus means something to them there as well, but the dragon means something very different to what it does in a Christian faith. And so these are things that we explored. And I've taught him to draw. He draws now. So we have a common thing, and I taught him 3 bits of English. One is that beautiful is difficult. Another one is we do it because it's art. And the third one, when we've done it, you pay. Very important. And he started making contributions. We buried this building at a change in level in the ground that he inherited. And it gave rise to a whole other thing. These became the stems of flowers. And then this is a drawing that's on my exhibition. But it's been built. This guy's a nutter. You show him something, and if he loves it, he's going to build it. So all of this is built, including the house. And it has the qualities of a dragon. And I showed him he was going to do this garlanded stuff here. And I said, no, you need to do the bold stuff. You've got a relationship with mountains. Let me teach you about art. And so we built this wonderful relationship. We're going there in October. The government have come on board, and we're going to do even more work. And you, in this subterranean building where you get slits that are out, but it's buried. And it takes on certain qualities. And here I am helping move stones. He's run out of stones. The government said, we'll get you stones, because it's called Stone Town. And we made magic. I used the word Zen. He didn't understand Zen. Zen is a Japanese concept. The Chinese don't like the Japanese, so you deal with a whole other thing. But it has qualities, definite qualities, and he's responded to it. Then I showed him that if you actually if you block the view of the mountains, and then you get this, and then you have the water welling up here, and it goes over, it has this quality of being ancient. And he understands the stonework. He learnt it at my house, and I had to teach him as a Chinese person that there's a difference between copying and taking what you see, making it your own, but making it your own through reinterpreting it and giving it different symbolic value in a different context, because it becomes something else. Now, this is the owner-builder stage. We're now getting to the stage where we're getting into contracts. And he's saying to me, this is water in a leaf. How can we, I've got a cliff face, how can we make swimming pools that are inspired by these leaves that hang off a cliff face? We're running out of time. No, I'm fine. Yeah. And, you know, they've lost their culture, so you want to find their culture. And he's interested to get his culture back. And then we started exploring ideas of how you could get massaged inside a lotus flower with your eyes level with the window. And we did drawings. We didn't get permission to build this here, but we'll build it somewhere else. And we're doing a restaurant, whitewater restaurant, which has been on 2 sites, but it'll end up being on a 3rd site, which learns from Gaudi with that little building that he did next to Sagrada Familia. Don't be shy when you learn from other architects. Just give them credit when you do it. And actually, I've been asked by an architect who I helped in 2012 in India to do a project on the Trishul coast down in Kerala. And there's a possibility we're going to get this built there. Okay, I'll be very quick. Okay, then we started doing buildings. Okay. And we're waiting for approval of this. It's got an underground street, it's a series of hotels, another one, which is on a steep site, with an interior that you don't need any Chinese decoration. And we've just finished this just before I came. It's an entrance and reception, which is the Western interest. And what we're doing there is we're learning from Gaudi, and you go into internal space. And then in conclusion, I just want to show what I've learned from Telangana over the years. These are just a series of sketches with Sudha Reddy in town, Old Town, and Hari's building outside of town. And then we moved to your famous sites, and the place of the poet who was jailed, and the quality of light. And the place we're going tomorrow to have a look at the villages, to learn from the people, and how the house is a starter house and then it grows. And there are more beautiful examples, which we have to complete. And then going with Anu to Varangal, and the idea of silhouette, the idea of darkness, the idea of soffit, the idea of geometry. And then trying to draw the thickness of prayer with a pen that surrounds something that's profoundly sacred. And then the beautiful drawing of how it actually sits in the landscape and how it's actually dealt, the ancients actually dealt with earthquakes and different things. And when's the drawing finished? When's the drawing not finished? And that concludes it. And my book is part of the story. I'm doing a second book on African space making, which I'm busy working on, which deals with housing and cities and all of that sort of stuff. But I continue to replenish myself by visiting India, and I've just put together 600 sketches of India, which tell a story, which I'm going to be working on in Sudha Reddy's office in the early part of next week, so we can distill it as an exhibition. So India continues to enrich and inspire me, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for sharing with us your panorama of amazing work with us. And your commitment to preserving cultural heritage and using local materials is evident in your work. Thank you so much. Can we again have a round of applause for him? Thank you. Can I now call upon our Chairperson, Architect Pallavi Anchuri, past Chairperson, Architect Nandakumar, and Treasurer, Architect Rakesh Vasu to please come on stage to felicitate. Can I also call on stage architect Sudhir Reddy? He's here.
Thank you.
Who is instrumental in getting him here.
Who designed this?
Yes, one of the students of architecture.
Okay.
Sudhir, are you here?
No, he's saying no.
Thank you so much, sir, honoring me.
Thank you.
It's a great honor to have you.
Thank you so much.
Just for your information, in hall number 2, we have his installation beside the student workshop and Kalavsa workshop. So please do visit, and I think tomorrow he is going to have an interaction with students and designers. So do visit and have a one-to-one talk with him. So I would also like to take a minute to acknowledge the presence of architect Jabin Jakarias. Oh, she left somewhere? Yeah. Okay, she is the past president of IIID. Welcome, Jabin ma'am. I think I saw her here, but just again, she went out. Okay, thank you. So now it's time to hear our second keynote speaker. We are fortunate to have another esteemed guest with us today, architect Siddharth Talwar. Can I please call our immediate past chairperson, architect Manoj Wahi, to come and introduce him.
Good evening. Yeah, I know we had a very engrossing session with architect Peter Rich, but I'm sure we are going to have a equally engaging session with the next practice. They've traveled all the way from Delhi to be with us. And good evening, to wake you all up who are a little drowsy. So good evening, IIID. I think this is one of the largest gatherings of IIID office bearers and managing committee members from across India. And Hyderabad is privileged to host all of you. I hope you're all guys enjoying, and there are 2 more days to make up for if you haven't done it so far. So I'd start with our keynote speaker, Siddharth Talwar, who's a principal and co-founder of Studio Lotus from Delhi. Siddharth Talwar oversees the architecture and master planning initiatives at Studio Lotus, a globally recognized multidisciplinary design practice. He works extensively on large-scale developments for diverse clientele with a focus on environmental planning and sustainable and modular construction methodologies. A graduate of TVB School of Habitat Studies, Siddharth started his career with veteran architect Gautam Bhatia. He explored various mediums of spatial expression, including the interior architecture and exhibition design, before co-founding Studio Lotus. Significant projects of the studio in his domain include the Krishi Bhavan in Bhubaneswar, an upcoming museum complex for the Aga Khan Trust for Culture at the Qutub Shahi Gardens in Hyderabad. Thank you for doing that for us. Ras Jodhpur, which stands as an exemplar of contemporizing craft. The ongoing projects in the studio include a master plan and architectural schematic for an eco-conscious residential community in the Himalayan foothills, a 500-acre master plan for an eco-conscious community living project in Jaipur, and a new campus for the Indian Institute of Art and Design in Gurugram. Siddharth furthers the cause of good design through regular academic engagements and involvement with global design fraternity. He has been a panelist at the INDE Summit, Australia, and Kuala Lumpur Architecture Festival in 2023, spoken at the AIA New York in 2022, and at Design Shanghai in 2020, among others. Presently, Siddharth is on the jury of the Azure Global Awards 2024. And as IIID, we always insist that, our keynote speakers do also focus on interiors, because we represent the interior design fraternity for all our interior design friends as well. So Siddharth was kind enough to co-present this keynote with a senior team lead, Neelam Das, who's also works with the Studio Lotus. Neelam is presently working on projects in the domain of experiential design and hospitality interiors. She has headed several projects from concept to execution in the domain of F&B, hospitality and retail design, including Masti, a concept restaurant for Indian cuisine in Jumeirah, Dubai, Ras Devigarh, a boutique hotel in Udaipur by the Walled City Hotels, the Gaurav Gupta flagship store in Mehroli, and House of Raisins, an Indian designer textile boutique. Her most recent projects include the Taj Tal Kutir in Kolkata and Masti Cocktails and Cuisine at the Edison Hotel, Dubai. Her work has won the studio numerous awards. A big round of applause for Siddharth and Neelam. You can do better than that. I know guys with drinks can't clap with one hand, but some of you can even whistle if you want.
So, good evening. We stand between everyone between dinner, so we won't take much time. But thank you, Mr. Peter Rich, for a very enriching presentation. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you, IIID, for inviting us over. I'm pleased to introduce Neelam Das, who is with me today. She's one of the senior people in our team and an associate principal who's based out of Hyderabad. She'll be sharing some of our interior projects since it's an interior-based forum. We are based out of Delhi. We're about 100 people. And we do various projects, very small boutique projects to some large commissions in different climatic zones and geographies out of India, largely. A small boutique project out of Delhi for Paro Good Earth. I'm just going to go through quick gist of our projects and then talk about some of the projects in detail later. This is, of course, our architectural journey started with this project, Ras Jodhpur. And in fact, incidentally, Mr. Rich, he was talking about the World Building of the Year in 2009. I think we won the Holiday Building of the Year in 2009, if I remember correct. So it's a coincidence. Here we really explored with local stone and jalis. This is our love for Rajasthan. This is Baradri in City Palace, Jodhpur. And we believe the greenest building is the one which already exists. So this is one of the many adaptive reuse projects. This is Godrej in Mumbai, an experience center for the real estate firm Godrej. We also do work for developers. This is Max House in New Delhi overlooking the Lotus Temple. And we've been doing a lot of hospitality projects. This is a recently finished project in Kolkata, Tal Kutir for Taj Group of Hotels. Here the inspirations were the Art Deco 60s culture of Kolkata, the club culture of Kolkata. An ongoing project in overlooking the Dhauladar Hills called Ras Kangra. We've been working for the Odisha government. We've been fortunate to work with the Odisha government. This is their party headquarters in Bhubaneswar. This is an institute which is under construction in the NCR region. A Piramal School of Leadership near Jaipur. Again, a very close project for us, a very dear project for us. This is a visitor center overlooking the majestic fort, Mehrangarh Fort. This is almost complete. Sorry, we're skipping. This is also in an auto mode, so I'll have to. Will be. It's just moving. No, it wasn't. Is it? No, I wanted to go back. So see. Should I proceed? Yeah. Okay. So this is a university near Puri, Odia University, again almost completed. I can't talk much about this project. This is the Qutub Shahi tombs. This is an Aga Khan project where, to give an ode to the existing tombs, the whole building was sunk into the ground. This is also under construction. And probably whenever a project comes to us, these are the questions we've been asking ourselves. These are the questions which really become a framework, how we deep dive into the project, what we grapple with. This is a process which really informs and guides us. So this is the predominant framework we follow. Can our innovation be frugal based out of our context? Because for Indian climate and Indian environment, Indian context, how can we be more low-tech than high-tech? So that's something very important for us when we start a project. Can we be futuristic with low-tech instead of going high-tech? Again, adaptive reuse. Can we restore buildings which have already endured the test of the time? Can we rejuvenate them, bring it back to its original glory? So we like doing projects which are largely based on adaptive reuse. Timelessness as we speak, buildings which has lasted long and has endured long, can we restore them again? How can we redefine luxury? How can we make local aspirational? Craft, India is full of craft, full of traditional wisdom. How can we work with a craftsman? How can we create work for them when we do our projects? And I think both metaphorically and physically, treading lightly on the ground. A lot of our projects apply this framework where how we build, building as a kit of parts, building as a structure, how can we tread very lightly, do probably less and less concrete and explore other materials. So this is an ongoing dialogue for us as we do our projects. One of the first projects which I can start with is Ras Chhatrasaga. We call it handcrafting a royal hunting camp. Again, we found the site overlooking an 800-acre bioreserve. Probably the dam was created by collecting water. The owners were running a seasonal camp. They tied up with Ras Hotels to convert it into a perennial property which can run throughout the year. So we were building again the fragile nature of this wall and this dam. So hence the structure had to be this long spine of about 16 rooms with a restaurant on the other side. And we probably had only 11 months to build this project. It was to be done in a very quick time frame. So we created a structure, a tented typology. I can call it a stitched tented typology, and something which again treads lightly on the ground against this, the fragile nature of the dam. So probably no use of concrete. If you see, we used ready-made concrete hume pipes and filled it up with lime and mortar and waste stone to create the foundation. And the upper part is basically an MS structure which has insulated walls. And then the top layer is the waterproof architectural fabric to give it the character of the tent. So actually we were able to do it in about 11 months. That's the section of the property. And this is how the construction happened, some of the images of the construction. And that's how it appeared. This long stretch of this stretch tented typology, it had views of the dam, of the lake, and of the forest on the other side. So this is the sunken part we created, which was intentionally created lower so that you can have views on both the sides, done with local stone, local masonry. Very basic, as I mentioned earlier. And then once you enter the tent, then the narrative of the tent is opened up, and you get this vista in the view of the lake. And for the interior typology, interior narrative, we went back to the tradition of block printing of the region. And we worked with a very talented artist, Dhwani Bahal, out of Delhi, who actually went to the site and took inspiration from the flora and fauna of the region. So we really like to work on a lot of prototyping and a lot of collaborations, and we let the designer take its own flow rather than us trying to influence the decision. It was a very collaborative process. So she really worked to create this very large handcrafted wooden blocks. Some of the prints were almost 6 to 8 feet tall. And not even just block printing, we were able to she was even able to embroider actually migratory birds and animals and stitched and weaved them into the prints. And hence the inner lining of the tent became this beautiful canvas tapestry of art. And intentionally some skylights were created to capture the starry night. And again, a view of the inside of the tent overlooking the lake. And that's a view of the property on the other side of the lake. Actually, something sitting very humbly along the length of the dam. And for the public area, very small public area, we again couldn't make a very heavy building. So this became the reception bar and the restaurant, probably the only public space. And again, the construction was done out of basic metal and cladded with stone, handcrafted chiseled stone, so that you can touch and feel, again done by local craftsmen, local people from the neighboring villages. I think this is a local chital stone. And as you can see, how these textures and impressions were laid onto the stone, pretty much the same vocabulary of the tents. This is the bar which overlooks, which is the center stage. Again, the craft of Tarkashi, weaving, handcrafting into the wood. Again, the wood is local wood, local acacia wood. And that's the view of the public building from the pool side. So the building engages both towards the lake side and the pool side. And just to connect with the villagers, Ras was able to engage with the local women who come every evening, do the local rituals, do a Rangoli pattern, and connect with the property. And a video capturing the experience of the site. If you look carefully, all the air conditioning vents are built into the stone. And that's the view of the lake as a sundowner. So we moved to Delhi. This is a farmhouse we did in Delhi. And I think the owners of the house have done their main houses. So here the house is designed as a weekend retreat for a family looking to enjoy something as close to you can get to nature, being in the dense urban fabric of Delhi, the chaotic life of Delhi. So this is something where the idea of living in harmony with nature, creating a play of light and shadow, and connecting to the outdoors. We created a very dramatic drop-off. It's a cantilever about 13 meters deep to get a sense of entry, a shaded entry into the house. And as soon as you enter the house, the typical concept of a courtyard in a house, we have a double-light skylit court where we created really a bespoke staircase to take them up. Again, we worked with craftsmen out of Moradabad. This is all hand-beaten metal. And you move into the pavilion, the living room, which is actually like a pavilion drawing light from both north and the south of north and south side. And the interiors remain daylit throughout the day. A lot of character was built in through our installations, such as the bar. The furniture has a character of wood, woven fabric, woven rope. And we wanted to try out different materials. So some of the walls of the project has this rammed out wall where we had fun doing a powder loo with exposed piping. And somewhere the house connects with nature and the landscape around. Again, a small video. Is it coming on? can skip that. So this is a project we did in Bhubaneswar for the government, for the Odisha state government of soil and agriculture. The brief given to us was essentially the offices for the State Department and the farmers who come and visit. We worked with the clients and convinced them that it should become accessible to the city of Bhubaneswar, because Bhubaneswar is a planned city by Königsberger, and we went through that narrative and we opened up the ground plane for the city of Bhubaneswar. So it doesn't remain a private space, it becomes a public space. So by a simple measure of opening up the ground plane and created a stilted area for interaction, for gatherings, for an auditorium, for festivals and for congregation, and the upper floors were meant for the offices. And again, as an inspiration for the facade, we took inspiration from the ikat weave pattern, and we did this in 4 colors of brick. The brick, again it's moving, the brick was required to create a second skin to cut the harsh sun. So it acted as a second skin, creating light and shadow. But the whole facade was wrapped with this pattern. These are the details of the facade and how the process took shape. And we convinced the government to give us flexibility and allow us to create art and craft at an architectural level. The then CM is a patron of art and craft. So we were actually able to do it at an architectural scale, where we were actually able to work with artisans around, probably about 60 of them. And they could work for a period of 6 months to fill up the spaces, the public spaces, with these gestures. We worked with Sibadan Bhola, who I think again incidentally has a stall in the exhibition. He runs an office called Collective Craft. So we gave them a brief, and he really ran that process. So these are all local materials, condylite stone, where the patterns of rice paddy fields were engraved. These were condylite lotuses, which were taken care in the ceiling while we were casting the slabs. And these are the views of that areas, congregation areas I was talking about. Rich jalis were done by the local artisans. It has those mythological stories weaved into it. The metal artwork, the dhokra artwork of that region were placed along the corridors, the naturally ventilated corridors of this ground plane. And that's the building from the road. And probably again, a video really talking about the art and craft of this project. We were quite excited, with the quantum of work that could be generated if artisans, if craft and architecture could come together. And I think that has been a big achievement, that this building project could generate work for about 50 artisans for a continuous 6 months. And we actually got artisans who had stopped working with the traditional skills. We convinced them to come back and to start working again.
ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରାଟା ସେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଭିତରେ ରହିଥିଲା। ମୂର୍ତ୍ତି ବନେଇବାରେ ତାଙ୍କ ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରାଟା ସେତିକି ଭିତରେ ସୀମିତ ଥିଲା, ଯାହା ଫଳରେ ଏହି କାମଟା କୃଷି ଭବନ କାମ କରିବା ପରେ ଆମମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖାଗଲା ଯେ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ଆମେ ଆମ କଳାଟାକୁ କେମିତିକା ଅନ୍ୟ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରେ ବି ଦେଖିପାରିବା।
It's a perfect setting for us where we could bring in artisans and craft. If you talk of farmers and if you talk about people coming from villages to this building, then we want
Can everyone hear me? Thank you.
So I'll start with the very first project in the interior design domain for us, which is for a brand called Royal Enfield. And we worked on the Royal Enfield Garage Cafe. The intent here was to craft a motorcycling destination with a go-in soul to launch the next level of immersive brand experiences for Royal Enfield. So the space was a seamless sort of amalgamation of a retail space, a bar and restaurant, a gallery space, a bike customization area, and a service center, which you see housed in this entire area. The buildings are planned on over a half an acre of plot of land and has a series of independent structures that you can see that are interconnected with each other and tell their own story in some way. The central traditional Portuguese-style structure is the anchor to the space, which is actually now converted into a multifunctional gallery of sorts that currently houses Royal Enfield's legacy motorcycles like the Cafe Racer, the Flying Flea, also other engine replicas, which sort of help narrate the story and the history of the brand. The facade of this building has been treated in a, it's sort of commissioned specially and locally executed by craftsmen in Goa, where the artwork was created by Co-Design Studio. And it is a Royal Enfield iconography, which is inspired by the Azulios and has been hand-painted on tiles by the Goan artisans. Adjacent to this heritage structure is this exciting double-height volume that one experiences, which is a steel framework, which also has a traditional Goan roof right above it. This forms the bar area, and the first floor of this area is a dining space that has incredible views to the Baga Creek. The double-height volume in this area holds the bar, which actually has this artwork that has been created by the Monde Art team, which is actually a road trip to Goa that has been illustrated by them, which acts as a background to the bar. And we have these custom-made lamps that have been made using headlights, which are in brass finish, which hold and sort of anchor this space. We also have a slow-moving, high-volume velocity, low-velocity fan that has been installed, which is at the height of like 20 feet, which gives this gentle breeze to the space when you're sitting here. Here you can see some of the work-in-progress work by the Monde Art team. On the first floor is where we have this exciting installation actually made by an artist named Hanif Qureshi, who has tried to communicate the idea of the love of pure motorcycling through his installation. And you see many such installations peppered across this space in some way. Flanking to this structure is the retail space, and towards the rear is where we have a service center and a bike customization zone. The retail space is a great sort of stopover for the bikers to use this as a destination to shop or buy accessories. The entire cluster of buildings has been set around this really charming courtyard with the coconut trees all around, which deliver this experience of something that is timeless, contemporary, charmingly Goan, and unabashedly Royal Enfield at its core in some way. I'll speak about the next project, which is Masti. Masti Cocktails and Cuisines. So Masti was our first project in Dubai. The restaurant was part of a development called La Mer in Jumeirah 1, which faces the Arabian Gulf. The idea behind Masti was to create this F&B destination, which tells the stories, the culinary stories of a new India, keeping the soul inherently Indian, but also sort of bringing a contemporary twist to it to engage with a global palette in Dubai. So the entire restaurant is 8,000 square feet of space, which spans across 2 floors. The ground has hosts the BOH, an indoor space with a juice bar and plenty of outdoor space because you have the most amazing view over here. The upstairs space hosts the bar itself, which anchors this space with lots of, again, indoor and outdoor dining space. And towards the right, you actually have the gin room, which is a slightly quieter, separated space along with a PDR. The vision for the project was to make it a contemporary space, which is bold and vibrant and full of energy, much like our country. And as the name suggests, Masti, the idea was to, make it feel fun and mischievous as much as we could. The challenge was with using local Indian crafts and techniques and interpreting them in a way which captures the vibrance and culture of our country, but at the same time not trying to make it too kitschy, too cliched, or too traditional in any way. We used stone inlay extensively and worked with Mangrove Collective for some of these tables in different zones, which were actually inspired by the sari border pattern, which has been inlaid into every table, and each table has a different pattern. We also sort of took this idea further and used the inlay as a technique to play with this idea of creating board game patterns on the tabletops as well, so people have something to engage with while they wait for their food. We even have these brass bowls, which are sinks essentially, that have been hand carved in Muradabad and then sent across to Dubai. The lights were developed by Ayush Kasliwal, which sort of anchor the seating pockets in this space. We specially developed jute weaves for the chairs for this project entirely and worked with craftsmen in Delhi to make this happen. The entrance experience of the restaurant has a brass inlay floor, which is again inspired by a column pattern. And then, of course, the bar itself, which is the elephant bar, entirely made in stained glass work, almost as tall as me, as you can see me on the left over here. That's me working in the stained glass workshop and marking out every inch and every panel for the fabricator to make sure we get the colors right. Here are some more images of the first floor of the bar area, the bar seating. Towards the right is where you have the gin room screen. And then this is the gin room itself, which has a distinct blue color. It is layered with colors and tapestry, and it also gives you the most amazing views to the Dubai skyline. So we completed Masti, and it was all done. And we were then told that it was time for Masti to move from the development and actually move to a new location. And it was very important, and that's why I'm calling Masti 2.0. It was very important at the time to tie back the old Masti to the new one, and at the same time create something different in this new space so that the guests coming here had something new to look forward to. The site came with its challenges, mainly a very, very tight footprint. We had 8,000 square feet earlier, and now we're working at 4,000 square feet, with very narrow entrances into the space. As part of the client's brief, one of the things he was clear about is that he wanted us to try and use as many of the existing elements that the old Masti had. It's almost unheard of in the F&B industry to, want to reuse elements in the space and introduce this idea of circularity. We used the floor. I went to site and we saw this floor, and it was a lovely terrazzo floor, just a bit dusty. So we chose to actually clean it up, polish it, and reuse it. The previous tenants actually left behind the MEP services in place. So we chose to reuse that, rejig it a little bit, and continue to work with it. We even went to the extent of actually using their curtains that they left behind. They were really great curtains. We didn't want to get rid of them, so we just dry cleaned them, and we actually put them up here. These are some finished images of Masti, the entrance experience. We also tried to find ways of improvising where every time we entered, where we had a narrow corridor, we sort of created an archway and used mirror to create the sense of a wider corridor and create this illusion of more space. The show kitchen for Masti is actually cladded in glass block entirely, which picks up on the fiery yellows and oranges of the tandoor. And the gray tile inside the BOH is actually emulating this soot that settles in when you sort of use the tandoor over time. Some more images of how we use the gin room screens that we saw previously as part of an arrival area, moving, when you're moving from zone to zone. All of the furniture, again, we've tried to reuse, and even the decorative lighting was reused in some way. And then, of course, the bar was brought in, as is, in pristine condition and put here. And that's one last image of Masti 2.0. The last project I have is the Sunita Shekhawat flagship store. This is one of our very recent, with the way the building was shaping up. She gave us the mandate to actually bring this entire building down if we wanted to and start from scratch. And as tempting as it sounded to us as architects and designers on this project, to get the opportunity to build something ground up, free of any kind of limitations, the structure itself was in very good condition, and it felt almost criminal to want to waste all of this concrete, almost over 1 million kgs of embodied CO2. So we reshaped the slabs, retained the entire structural system, scooped out connections, and created experiences, and created this building, which is actually a museum and a retail space. The top porous edge that you see is where the brand would actually have a cafe space which will give you these beautiful views to the city of Jaipur. This entire building has been made in Jodhpur stone because Sunita ji traces her roots back to Jodhpur, and the stone itself with its distinct character ties back to the context of the pink city of Jaipur really beautifully. Stylistically, the building is a synthesis of many different styles which have influenced the region over time. So there's Deco, there's Mughal, there's the Rajput style, all of which that has influenced the city, and you see it sort of amalgamated together. You can see we've also curved the corners because we worked with the existing slabs to find a way to give the building a new expression. There's a play of light and shadow that you would experience when at the level of the topmost floor because of the many jali patterns that we've created. We also extended this idea of keeping it simple into the interiors as well, where the multiple retail pods in the store were defined by these fresco paintings that were created by these miniature artists, where they spent several months working on these horizontal curved surfaces. It was a scale that was almost totally unfamiliar to them, but they were just at it, making these beautiful creations. And what got created was this spectacular narrative of the gardens of the region, and each room has a different story to tell when you look up to the ceiling. And that's what you see as you move from room to room across the store. This building is a representation of contemporary handmade, a contemporary handmade building, and the processes and materials are sort of a bridge between contemporary and historical for us. So yeah, that's the last project that I can show to you right now. Thank you. You need me to stay back? Okay.
Thank you, Siddharth, and thank you, Neelam, for this wonderful and very creative and inspirational presentation. Can I request Siddharth to please come back on stage, join us. And can I Chairperson Architect Pallavi Anchuri. Can I request past Chairperson Aparna Vidarkar to please join on stage and felicitate them. Can we again have a round of applause for them? So we missed felicitating two of our mentors. I know this is coming between you and dinner, but please bear with us. And because of these mentors, the student had a great workshop. Can I call architect Anurag Khandelwal? He's the mentor for the carpentry workshop. He has built a beautiful, mentored a beautiful eco birdhouse. And can I also invite architect Manoj Vahi, immediate past chairperson, to join us on stage? Can I also invite our MC member Subbarao to please come on stage and felicitate our mentor. So the Eco Birdhouse was so interesting, not only the students, I think all our working committee members, to entire student workshop ended up making birdhouses. You could see, and we could carry as a memento to our houses. He's also responsible for the beautiful IIID Pavilion, the concept and the thought behind that. So our next mentor is architect Manveer. Can I please have you on stage? He mentored the student to create beautiful work of art using charcoal, unleashing real emotions through art. Can we have a round of applause for him? All the products are displayed in the students' pavilion. Please take out time to visit them. Some of them are really, really good piece of art. At this time, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank one of the key supporters who have made this event possible. Their generous contribution and unwavering support have been instrumental in bringing this fellowship event possible. Can I call our platinum sponsor, Mr. G.V. Krishnam Raju from Verilex, to please come on stage. Can I invite our Chairperson-elect Architect Praveen Nune to please join Pallavi on stage. So now it's time to acknowledge a gold partner. Can I invite Mr. Vimal Dasri from Design Walls to give the presentation? He's there? Okay. Can I invite Mr. Surjit from Design Walls to please come on stage? now we come to the end of a session. Can I invite our Honorary Secretary, Architect Naveen Kumar Chalsani, to please give his vote of thanks.
Yeah, dear ladies and gentlemen, hope you had a wonderful evening. We had two amazing presentations today. I would like to thank keynote speaker, Architect Peter Rich, and Architect Siddharth and Neelam. I thank the NEC, Architect Saroj Bhagi, Architect Shamini Shankar, Architect Jignesh Moti for joining us. Thank you all the chapter chairs, honorary secretaries, treasurers. Our night would not have been possible without our term sponsor, Verolex, as a platinum, and Design Walls as a gold sponsor. And I would like to thank the events, Namdari and HICC for this venue. So join us for the dinner. Thank you. Good night.
Design walls. Every space tells a story of dreams, aspirations, and the people who call it home. At Design Walls, we transform function into feeling. Our in-house design team, extensive experience, and dedicated manufacturing unit help translate your story into a stunning visual narrative. Over 8,000 plus completed projects